Uh, oh, a message asking me to update my insurance information. I'll probably have to check on that, but probably Monday. Let's just do it Monday. Okay, so let me update my so-called tags here. So edit stream info. So I have Node.js. Let's change that to Elvish. Okay. And I have MySQL. Let's change that to Exorcism. Exorcism. Doesn't look like it's in the... Oh, wait, here it is. And let's see. I have to do. Let's change that to boot.dev. Can we do that? And add up to 10 tags. Do I have 10 already? Yeah, I have 10. So let me drop one more. Let's drop TypeScript and put Forza. Okay, done. Updated. All right. Okay, so we got the append, and I guess that works. So for map over, we're going to say var result, I guess. We're going to say it equals empty list to start with. And then here, for e in list, we are going to say append. No, we're going to say set result equals append $result, and then this part is going to be $F, $E. I believe so. And then at the end, we put $result. Okay, so let's try that one over here. So we're going to say fn map over. I'm going to take the arguments L for list and E for element. No, excuse me. F for function, L for list. I'm going to say var result equals empty list. I'm going to say for E for element in a $L for list. Set result equals append $result capture function called on element and for put result end function. Okay, so let's try. So if we're going to go map over, we need to pass, I guess, a function first. So I'm going to say put map over and we're going to pass in a function which takes an E. And that will just, I guess, put times 2E. Okay. And then let's put a list here. 1, 2, 3. Is that going to be possible? Let's see. Wrong type cannot parse as number E. Oh, $E, excuse me. Hey, that looks fine. That looks fine. Okay. Good. In fact, I feel like I want to commit then. Okay, so I have several example files. So we do want to commit bin. Let's git ignore these files that I'm working with here. So echo dot slash star dot elv into git ignore. Okay. Oh, did I do that wrong? Probably, right? I mean, I must have. Hmm. So I don't want to expand that. I just want to say literal star. Is that more like it? No. I don't even usually edit the git ignores. I usually just echo things into them. Put this up in my Twitch app again on my phone. All right. Okay, so let's get rid of these, and I think I just want to put dot slash star dot elv, right? No. Okay, let's just move all those into Scratch. Okay, so then let's, in the git ignore, let's do Scratch. Okay, that's better. So let's add the git ignore. I mean, I meant add. Whoops. Okay, so the git status in bin is that there are tests. Is that right? Let me look in my VS Code again. So for PowerShell, we had bin. No. Hold on. Yeah, the run.elv, that's what's supposed to be here. Is that git ignored? Okay, so let's git add. Okay, so what did we add? Oh, a swap file? Okay, so let's not do a swap file. Darn it. Keeps going down. Wait, is that how it always is? I guess it probably is. Run.elv.swap, right? Okay, so in the git ignore, we want swap to be ignored. Okay. Okay, minibob test elv. Yes, all of that should be added. So I'm going to commit and say add a couple utility functions for the test runner in Elvish. Sure. Okay. All right, so now coming down here. So the map over seemed to have worked. I'm going to want a fold as well, for sure. So let's do a fold. And this one is going to take a function, a list, and an ack. And we'll say for e in list, we will set ack equals, and then we will call $f on $e and $ack. So, I mean, fold is pretty simple, right? I mean, that's really all it is, I think. But we're going to use it, so sure, it's fine. Then we'll put ack at the end. Okay. I'm not going to use that one just yet, though, so let's come back to it. Now, where am I going to use map over? That's going to be instead of using this for loop. I don't feel super great about this for loop, so I want to actually use map over instead. So I'm going to map over, or I'm going to say var test runs equals map over, and then we pass in a function and a list, right? So the list to be passed in, of course, is tests, and then the function is going to be here. So the function, of course, takes an element, but let's call it a test, because that's what's getting passed in. And then actually, so the main thing we have to do here is the test itself is a function, so we just call the function. I think we do more than that. Okay, let me get this part. So this is what's supposed to come out in the test. We're supposed to show a name, a status, a message unless it passed. The message is not required if it's passed. Any output that happened to come out, I'm actually not sure how I'm going to do that part yet. And then test code. So I think for the output, we actually, I believe, just redirect standard out into like a file, basically, and then just put the contents of that file into this output. It's like this, is it? That's an absolute mess of output. We're going to try to clean it up a bit. Okay, so up here, we're going to try mapping over. So I'm going to say var test result equals capture $test, just like that. And then in the end, we're going to put all right, so we're going to have an and name equals. So is my name in here? Yeah, it's right here. It just this one just says stating something as the name, and it just says name. So name equals test result name. Okay. Then we're going to need a status. So we're going to say, whoops, var can we do like a, actually I'm not sure. Let's say var status, let's maybe do that first. Var status equals error as kind of the default, because if we error here, then that's what it's going to be. And this part is going to have to be in a try. Let me make a note of that. This part is going to have to be in a try. I'll come back to that. So then we're going to say if $test result, and it's going to be, I did something similar here, right? So if equals $test result. Oh, look, I have results here with no dollar. I think that was a mistake. I think I'm getting more accustomed to the fact that I need that dollar sigil every time I want to retrieve a value from a variable. Oh. Never mind, you go away. Okay, so actual test result expected. Okay, so if those are equal, then we're good. We just say set test result equals passed. And do we have like a null value? Okay, so our JSON is supposed to show null for the message or just omit the message if it's passed, I believe. Let's think about that in a second. Okay, so we want to go else set test result. Wait a minute. This should be status. What am I doing? Status equals failed, or fail rather. Okay. So pass or fail. And then in this case, we set message equals, and let's just use a message like that simple one they put there. So I'm going to put expected test result expected but got test result actual. Okay, works for me, I think. Okay, so end else. Okay, so here we're gonna say and status equals status, easy enough. Say and message equals message. To be honest, I'm just gonna copy paste this. Okay, so in the case of fail, then that's what I'm gonna put. In this case, I won't put the message. Okay. All right, so then let's see the next thing. So there should have been an output. I'm gonna come back to output. Output needs to be captured. I'll come back. That's a dumb way to put it. Let's just say to do. There, that makes more sense. Okay. And then we need to put the test code. So I'm going to put and test code equals, and that is going to be $test_def. Okay. So far so good, I guess. Now we need to actually try this out. Okay, so list append is good. And I tried map over as well. That was good. Haven't tried fold yet. Need to come back to that. To do. Test this one. Okay, first step is to import the tests. All right, so done with that. We do need to handle errors. Let's just make that to do. Okay, handle errors when trying to copy the test and solution files. Let's make this one also to do. Okay, good. I'm not going to use these, actually. Okay, so default status is error. Okay. To do, handle errors. Capture output. So var test runs equals map over. We pass in a test. To the function. And then we are mapping over the tests. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this example now. And this isn't useful. Let's get rid of that. Okay. I do need this information for sure. Let's put it up here somewhere. Okay. And these notes are still relevant. This is still what I'm about to do. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think all of that seems necessary-ish. Okay, all right. So what's the next step? Handling the errors. The next step is probably going to be one of these to-dos. So if we look at the to-dos, test the fold. Okay, yeah. So we're going to need some information about what's going on. So the total status, if all of the tests themselves came back as pass, then the status is pass. Do we have a list length built in? Let's see. I feel like I'm going to end up rolling my own on that as well. It's fine. I mean, it happens. Doc, edit, EPM, flag file, math, markdown, OS path. $B defaults to the length of the list. Okay. Helpful, but I want to compare the length of two lists and make sure they're the same. Do I really need to do that, though? I mean, yeah, probably. I might actually need to read this now that I've kind of seen some of what's going on in this language. I might need to read a little bit about these details, about the unique semantics. It's not super long, is it? Let's go through it right now. I think this is a good time for it. Unique semantics, table of content, structureful I/O, motivation, data structures and returning them, passing data structures through the pipeline, interoperability with external commands. Exit status and exceptions, predicates and if, phases of code execution, assignment semantics, implementation detail, persistent data structures. The semantics of Elvish is unique in many aspects when compared to other shells. This can be surprising if you are used to other shells, and it is a result of the design choice of making Elvish a full-fledged programming language. Yay! All right. Structureful I/O. Elvish offers the ability to build elaborate data structures, return them, quote-unquote, return them from functions, and pass them through pipelines. Motivation. Traditional shells use strings for all kinds of data. They can be stored in variables, used as function arguments, written to output, and read from input. Strings are very simple to use, but they fall short if your data has an inherent structure. Yes, we know this, right? Because a lot of times you have to, like, serialize to a string, right? Like JSON stringify. And then you have to deserialize from a string to something else, like JSON parse, right? This is very common. A common solution is using pseudo-structures of Each line representing a record and each white space separated field represents a property, right? So that's something that is common in shell world, right? If you're working with bash or Windows batch, then this is probably your best sort of option. If you're working with Unix tools too, like sed and awk, or maybe Perl to some extent. I haven't worked much with Perl. Which is fine as long as your data do not contain white spaces. If they do, you will quickly run into problems with escaping and quotation and find yourself doing black magics with strings, right? And of course, it is a well-established field, but it is interesting to create another different programming language where we do things differently, right? And that's what the Elvish people have done, and that's awesome. Some shells provide data structures like lists and maps, but they are usually not first-class values. You can store them in variables, but you might not be able to nest them, pass them to functions, or return them from functions. Okay. Data structures and quote-unquote returning them. Elvish offers first-class support for data structures such as lists and maps. Here is an example that uses a list. Okay, so our list is going to be called foo bar lorem ipsum. And if we look at the kind of this, we see that the kind of the list is a list. Ooh, fun. And if we see the count, oh my gosh. Okay, so let's look at the built-ins again. The count is here somewhere, right? It's right here. That's what I was trying to determine. Count the number of elements in a container, also known as its length. So if I had just searched length here instead of wherever I searched for it, I would have come right to it. Excellent. So this is good. So this is good. So let's keep reading. I'm learning. See the language reference for a more complete description of the built-in data structures. Okay, we'll come back to that probably many times over the course of the weekend. As you can see, you can store lists in variables and use them as command arguments, but they would be much less useful if you cannot return them from a function. A naive way to do this is by echoing the list and use output capture to recover it. Okay, so let's take a look. So they echoed the list, and then they captured, but now, oh look, it's a string with 23 bytes. That's not what we wanted. Okay, so as we have seen, our attempt to output a list has turned it into a string. This is because the echo command in Elvish, like in other shells, is string oriented. Okay, cool. To echo a list, it has to be first converted to a string. Elvish provides a put command to output structured values as they are. All right, so instead of doing echo, we changed it to put. Okay, fair enough. All right, so now we said that it is a list with 3 elements. Oh, better. Okay, cool. So how does put work differently from echo under the hood? In Elvish, the standard output is made up of 2 parts, one traditional byte-oriented file and one internal value-oriented channel. Oh, interesting. The echo command writes to the file, so it has to serialize its arguments into strings. The put command writes to the value-oriented channel, preserving all the internal structures of the values. Oh, fun. So it works perfectly. Amazing. All right. If you invoke put directly from the command prompt, the values at output have a leading wedge. All right. The leading arrow is a way to cheese Justo. Web developer is back. Yes, well, I'm back. Are you the web developer or me or someone else? In retrospect, you may discover that the kind of and count built-in commands also write their output to the value channel. Okay, so we see that. So this came out as a value, and so did this. Very interesting. Okay, so if we were to do... So do we still have a put $A? So can we go kind of $A? Oh, I see list. Okay, now, but what if we do kind of... so that is a string. So then why does it have a wedge in front of it? So we could totally echo that and just get list, right? Interesting. And then if we were to do count, we can see that, and it comes back as number 3. That's also a little interesting because here it showed just 3 by itself. So I wonder if that's a configuration difference or just something that's been changed. Cheese Justo, we both are. Are you going to make some bash script? Ah, that's exactly the right question. The answer is yes. The repo is going to require several bash scripts, but we are doing the bash-like sort of language, Elvish. So the goal is basically, let me find it. So the Exorcism website is full of great games or puzzles or whatever you want to call them, and there are many of them, right? So they have everything from Python, right? Exercises in Python, all the way down to Snowball 4. Exorcism exercises in Snowball 4, but this is a WIP track, so it's not live on the site. But they don't have Elvish. So the goal for the weekend is to add one for Elvish. And it'll be a WIP track, but I think Elvish, it seems like a cool programming language, but I have never, ever attempted to use it before today. So let's take a look at Docker entry point. What the heck? Elderly home caregiver? Well, well, well. Very interesting. Oh no, I mean file name. That's interesting that it linked to something so strange. It shouldn't be internet address. I know, but I figured it would probably link to something. I mean, it would have to, right? It would have to. All right. No, yeah. But thanks for clarifying, because, like, what if I had been like, oh, I bet they're just trying to link random things. All right, so no, I don't think I have Docker entry points. So here's what they have for the shell files. They have run in Docker sh. They have run tests in Docker sh. And then just regular run tests sh. And then run sh. So I'm not working on any of these yet. Mine are going to be pretty similar to what they have already, like in the PowerShell example. Like, I opened all these other examples, right? Bash, Batch, PowerShell, because they're similar-ish to Elvish, kind of. But then here they have the main runner here in the run PowerShell file. But here, they just use something called pester, which I guess is the way to test PowerShell. I don't know. But I couldn't find any particular way to test Elvish, so I'm just kind of just creating my own runner. And I've been doing it like all morning pretty much, and it's actually afternoon now. All right. And so I stopped here so now that I've coded a little bit of Elvish, just a tiny bit, now I'm reading about unique semantics of Elvish. And so I got to here, passing data structures through the pipeline. So when I said that standard output in Elvish comprises two parts, I was not telling the full story. Pipelines in Elvish also have these two parts in a very similar way. Data structures can flow in the value-oriented part of the pipeline as well. For instance, the each command takes input from the value-oriented channel and apply a function to each value. Okay, so we put lorem ipsum and piped it to each with this function. And it said got x, and those ended up being lorem and ipsum. Okay, fair enough. So there are many built-in commands that input or output values. As another example, the take command retains a fixed number of things. Okay, so we said put lorem ipsum foobar key value, and then said take 2, and then we just got the first 2 and left off this one. All right. Interoperability with external commands. Unfortunately, the ability of passing structured values is not available to external commands. Aw, man. However, Elvish comes with a pair of commands for JSON serialization, deserialization. Okay, so I'm going to use this very soon because the test file, the test runner has to output a JSON. And so I'm glad I read this right now, because otherwise I might have done something crazy. So no, we're just going to use JSON dump, and it's going to not be crazy, it's going to be perfectly normal. import JSON. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is Python, so whatever I just said there was totally wrong. We want to use the toJSON command. Okay, so this part is Python. Import JSON sys, li equals JSON load, sys standard in, list sort, JSON dump. Okay. So if we put this into JSON, now we can pass it to a Python file that is expecting JSON in standard in. Okay. And then we can take whatever it puts out from JSON and get it back as an Elvish value. Very handy. Cheese Justo, are Python, Ruby, and Rust almost the same? Well, they're all computer programming languages. I don't think they're necessarily that similar. Although I think Python and Ruby arguably have more similarities to each other than they do to Rust. All right, so writing a wrapper for external commands. So we create a sort list function. It goes to JSON, Python sort list py from JSON, and then we just totally pipe this to that, and bam, killed it. So that's pretty amazing. More serialization, deserialization commands may be added to the language in the future. All right, I've got so many tabs open. I'm going to just close a bunch of them. Nitan, thanks for chatting. Isn't both Python and Ruby an interpreted language while Rust is a compiled language? Yeah, very nice. Yes, that's a good point. So, yeah, we can like open up like a Ruby at any time and just be like, hey, I want to Ruby right now. Command not found. Okay, never mind, I can't. Wow. Wait, do you just do RB? No, I don't know what you do. Ruby? Dang. I don't know, I haven't opened it in a while. Will it work here? The IRB command exists in these Ruby versions, 2.7.4. Oh, there's something weird about the Ruby environment, and I don't remember what it is. Let's see. RBENV. Shell? No shell-specific version configured? Well, that seems messed up. So let's set it to 2.74. Oh, now we're good. All right, so now we can put something in there and it works. Ruby file RB, I think still on Python courses on boot.dev. No, I don't think that's it. I think I just didn't have the shell specific version configured for RBE and V, you know, like it says. All right. Does that make sense? Rules, sonar, source, Docker, rspec 7018. Let's take a look. Let's see. So did you write it, or did this come out when you ran your command here? It says code smell. When commands within a run instruction have a lot of arguments, especially those that install system packages, it is important to ensure that the arguments are sorted alphabetically if the order is not enforced by a command. This practice enhances the readability and maintainability of the code. It allows for easier tracking of modifications and can help prevent potential errors. When arguments in run instructions are not sorted alphabetically, it can make the Docker file harder to read and maintain. However, when arguments are sorted, it is easier to track changes in version control systems and to locate specific arguments. So does it make sense? I mean, I don't know. I don't think it makes much difference as long as you're not changing the order. All right, so now if I do this, is the Ruby environment set up now? No. So I'd have to close and open again, I think. So if we go Elvish, and now do it. Oh, interesting. So can we do RBENV shell now? And it says not enabled. Okay, so maybe we have to enable it separately for the other shell. Let's give it a shot. Init. Unsupported. Well, there you go. That's crazy. All right. Okay, let's go back and finish up. Okay, so we're going to use the to.json for sure. Don't really need to use the from JSON because we don't need to read a JSON. We just need to use it for output. So we're going to use the to.json for sure. And then let's find that in the reference. So built-ins. So is it here? Yeah, it's right here. Takes structured standard in, convert it to JSON, and puts the result on bytes standard out. So put a to JSON. Okay, that's fine. And put that. Okay. And then put that. Okay. So that will work nicely. So interoperability with external commands. Unfortunately, the ability of passing structured values is not available to external commands. Okay, yeah, we got through that part. Exit status and exceptions. Unix commands exit with a non-zero value to signal errors. This is available traditionally as a $question variable in other shells. True. Echo $question prints 0. False. Echo $question prints 1. Built-in commands and user-defined functions also do this to signal errors, although they are not Unix commands. All right. So here, this is a bash example, right? We put return to, then we put bad, and then printed to. This model is fine only if most errors are non-fatal, so that errors from a previous command normally do not affect the execution of subsequent ones. And the script author remembers to check $question for the rare fatal errors. Elvish has no concept of exit status. Instead, it has exceptions that, when thrown, interrupt the flow of execution. The equivalency of the bad function in Elvish is as follows. Okay, so we put a function, then we put a fail. Bad things have happened. So then we go bad, and then it print a stack trace and stops execution. So then this part here would be not executed. If you run this interactively, you need to enter a literal new line after bad by pressing Alt-Enter to make sure that it is executed in the same chunk as echo after bad. And non-zero exit status from external commands are turned into exceptions. False. We'll print a stack trace and stop execution. Echo after false. Okay. An alternative way to describe this is that Elvish does not have exit statuses, but non-zero exit statuses terminates execution by default. You can handle non-zero exit statuses by wrapping the command in a try block. Compare with POSIX shells, the behavior of Elvish is similar to set-e or set-o or exit, or having implicit double AND operators joining all the commands. Defaulting to stopping execution when bad things happen makes Elvish safer and code behavior more predictable. Predicates and if. The use of exit status is not limited to errors, however. In the Unix toolbox, quite a few commands exit with 0 to signal true and 1 to signal false. Notably, ones are test, alright, used with the square brackets, testing file types, comparing numbers and strings. Grep, exit with 0 when there are matches, 1 otherwise. Diff, exits with 0 when files are the same, 1 otherwise. True and false always exit with 0 and 1 respectively. Okay. The if control structure in POSIX shell is designed to work with such predicate commands. It takes a pipeline and executes the body if the last command in the pipeline exits with 0. Okay, so we can put true there, we got the 0, and then we echo there. Alright, so we can set a variable and then say, oh hey, test, is the $n greater than 2? Okay, so then we can do that. But if it had been less than 2, then we say it would exit with a, well, it doesn't say what it would exit with, but not a 0. And then this one, command 3, if diff, okay, so if they're not any different, then we say they are the same. Okay. Since Elvish treats non-zero exit status as a kind of exception, the way that predicate commands and if work in POSIX shell does not work well for Elvish. Instead, Elvish's if is like most non-shell programming languages. It takes a value and executes the body if the value is booleanly true. The first command above is written in Elvish as if, and then when we put a $true, echo always executes. Okay. The way to write the second command in Elvish warrants an explanation of how predicates work in Elvish first. Predicates in Elvish simply write a Boolean output, either true or false. Okay, so we put is greater than 10 greater than 2. Okay, so a true came out. Is 1 greater than 2. False. To use predicates in if, you simply capture its output with the capture parentheses. So the second command is written in Elvish as, so we set this one equals 10. So if greater than $n2, all right, so that executes. The parentheses after if are different to those in C. In C, it is a syntactical requirement to put them around the condition. In Elvish, it functions as output capture operator. Okay, so we should keep that in mind. Sometimes it can be useful to have a condition on whether an external command Sometimes it can be useful to have a condition on whether an external command exits with 0. In this case, you can use the exception capture operator question parentheses. Okay, so here we do the diff. In Elvish, all exceptions are booleanly false, while the special $OK value is booleanly true. If the diff exits with 0, then this construct evaluates to OK, the exception capture operator. Okay, which is booleanly true. Otherwise, it evaluates to an exception which is booleanly false. Overall, this leads to a similar semantics with the POSIX if command. Note that the following code does have a severe downside. Question parentheses, so the exception capture, will prevent any kind of exceptions from throwing. In this case, we only want to we only want to turn one sort of exception into a boolean. Diff exits with 1. If diff exits with 2, it usually means that there was a genuine error. So for example, the text file does not exist. Swallowing this error defeats Elvish's philosophy of erring on the side of caution. A more sophisticated system of handling exit status is still being considered. Interesting. All right, so now let's look at phases of code execution. A piece of code that gets evaluated as a whole is called a chunk, a loanword from Lua. If you run elvish sum script elv from the command line, the entire script is one chunk. In interactive mode, each time you hit enter, the code you have written is one chunk. All right. Elvish interprets a code chunk in 3 phases. First, parses the code into a syntax tree, then compiles the syntax tree code to an internal representation, and finally evaluates the just generated internal representation. If any error happens during the first 2 phases, Elvish rejects the chunk without executing any of it. For instance, in Elvish, unclosed parentheses is an error during the parsing phase. The following code, when executed as a chunk, does nothing other than printing the parse error. Okay. So in other words, it won't echo the before. So let's take a look at how that looks like. So that's under my head. Let me do it up here. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so if we echo before, there it is, that's fine. If we echo before and, no, echo this, so now it's trying to wait for me to close that. So if we were to put that into a file, so let's go into the Scratch. So we're going to put echo before, and then echo something like this. Okay, so now if we try to open Elvish again, Elvish, then use bad echo. It says parse error should be close parentheses. Okay, is that what it said here? If you save this to bad bash and run bash bad bash, bash will execute the first line before complaining about the syntax error on the second line. Okay. So let's look again. So it says parse error. So that's just what they said, right? It just shows the parse error. Okay. The same code interpreted as bash also contains a syntax error. All right, so we saw that part. Likewise, in Elvish, using an unassigned variable is a compilation error, so the following code does nothing either. Assuming non-existent was not assigned, so echo before, echo non-existent. So there seems to be no equivalency of compilation errors in other shells, but this extra compilation phase makes the language safer. In future, optional type checking may be introduced, which will fit into the compilation phase. Okay, great. And now how about assignment semantics? In Python, JavaScript, and many other languages, if you assign a container, for example, a map, to multiple variables, modifications via those variables mutate the same container. This is best illustrated with an example. All right. So what is this supposed to be Python? This is Python, right? So foo bar lorem ipsum, then m2 is m, and then we change foo to quux, but then we see, oh, in the other one it's changed as well. Okay, so we know that. This is because in such languages, variables do not hold the actual map, but a reference to it. After the assignment m2 equals m, both variables refer to the same map. The subsequent element assignment mutates the underlying map. It's very much like a dictionary in Python. Yeah. Yeah, this part is Python. So this is not the case for Elvish. So we say we're going to make a map, foo equals bar lorem ipsum, and then we say m2 equals $m, and then we set this here, but then when we put this one, we got the bar. It seems that when you assign m2 equals $m, the entire map is copied from $m into $m2, so any subsequent changes to $m2 does not affect the original map in $m. You can entirely think of it this way. Thinking assignment as copying correctly models the behavior of Elvish. But wouldn't it be expensive to copy an entire list or map every time assignment happens? No, the copying, the quote-unquote copying, is actually very cheap. Is it implemented as copy on write? Meaning the copying is delayed until M2 gets modified? No. Subsequent modifications to the new $m2 is also very cheap. Read on if you are interested in how it is possible. Okay, fair enough. All right, this is the last part of the page. Implementation detail, persistent data structures. Like in Python and JavaScript, Elvish variables like $m and $m2 also only hold a reference to the underlying map. However, that map is immutable, meaning that they never change after creation. That explains why $m did not change, because the map $m refers to never changes. But how is it possible to do m2 foo equals quux if the map is immutable? The map implementation of Elvish has another property. Although the map is immutable, it is easy to create a slight variation of one map. Given a map, it is easy to create another map that is almost the same, either with one more key value pair, or with the value for one key changed, or with one fewer key value pair. This operation is fast even if the original map is very large. This low-level functionality is exposed by the associate and dissociate built-ins. So let's take a look at that. So if we're in here and go doc show associate and dissociate, okay, so we can associate container key value, output a slightly modified version of container such that its value at k is $v. Applies to both lists and to maps. When container is a list, k may be a negative index. However, slice is not yet supported. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so we do associate here. And so we change one. Then we change the last one. So then here we associate k to v2. And here we add another one. So maybe my append function should have used associate. Let's take a look. So I did append with explode, and I think that's fine. Maybe? Yeah, I think using the explode makes more sense to me. Because it's a list, and if I were using this, I guess I would have to get the count of elements in the list and then use that. So it would be one extra step. Let's see what I think it would look like. Using associate, I think it would look like put, and then associate, no, we want to capture, associate, and then we put in $L, and then here we capture count $L, and then here we put $E. So pretty much the same, but the way I did it before seems a little shorter. So let's see if it works that way though. So function append takes a list and an element, and we are going to put associate list with the count of the list and the element. Okay, so now if we say var a equals cat dog, put $A, okay, and then we say set a equals append a lizard. This needs to be $A, excuse me. Out of range, index must be from 0 to 1, but is 2. Okay, so it doesn't actually work that way. So I guess the way I had it before was cool. Index must be from 0 to 1, but is 2. Interesting, interesting. Then let's find that here on the website as well. Predefined modules built-in associate. I think this is the same thing it said in the interactive help. So if it's a map, you can add another key with this, but it seems like you can't add another index if it's a list. Darn, too bad, too bad. Okay, so here they associate, they pass an empty map, and then they pass a key into value, and so then they get a map back where the key is set to the value. All right? Or they do one that has two key value pairs in it already, then they pass in a key that's already in there, and then it changes. Okay? And then dissociate, remove one pair, and so they remove the foo, and it's gone. Okay, easy peasy. Okay, so now what if we use dissociate? So this one has to be a map. It can't be a list at all. Let's see what it says if we try it with a list. Dissociate ABC 0. It says cannot dissociate. Well, fair enough, fair enough. All right. So although maps are immutable, variables are mutable. So when you try to assign an element of $M2, Elvish turns that into an assignment of $M2 itself. All right, so we did set here. So it's just syntax sugar for associate foo with this value quarks. The sort of immutable data structures that support cheap creation of slight variations are called persistent data structures and are used in functional programming languages. However, the way Elvish turns assignment to $M2 foo into an assignment of $M2 itself seems to be a new approach, and it seems fine. All right, so read through all of the unique semantics. Let's go to the next step. Okay, so we want to test the fold. Yeah, we're going to have to use the fold when we create the final JSON. Okay, so this is not right. This is what I was thinking before I read the unique semantics. So we're not going to do that. or this, or basically any of this. Actually, I'm just going to get rid of all of it. What we are going to do is, let's look at this. Uh-oh. That's goofy. Where is it? Okay, so here's the output. So version is just going to be 2 regardless, so let's put that in there. Now put together the final JSON output. Okay, so I'm going to say var output equals, and I'll just start it off as an empty map, I guess. Or no, let's not. Let's do $version equals 2. That should be a num, though. Num2. Okay. Status. All right, so the status is going to be something that we get by folding. So I'm going to put var status equals, and I'm going to do fold. Now we're going to capture the output of fold. Fold. And fold is going to take a function list and ack. So the ack, I guess, will start out as error, because if there's nothing in there, I think it's just error. And then the function is going to take, what did I pass in? Ack and E or E and ack? Function E and ack, okay, that's fine. E ack, all right. Okay, so what are we going to do in here? So if equals $ack fail, then we just put fail. Because if any of them are failed, then the whole status is failed. Okay. Else, and I think they used something like this. I'm going to have to look that one up again. I have basically no familiarity with Elvish. Starting to get some. Okay, let's look at the tour again. So if, and where is else? Uh-oh. Maybe there was no else in the first place. Okay, so here's if with else. The else keyword is technically just an argument of the if command, not a standalone command. Okay, so we can do if. Okay, so we use elif. I don't remember where I thought I remembered else if from. Elif, okay. All right, so if the ACK is not fail, then we need to check the E. And the E itself has what? When we look at the test runs, I think that's where we're going to look at it. We're going to look at the status in the test runs. Whoops. Status. So here we also put fail. So I guess it should really go in the same condition up here. I have to check on the or. I think there might have been something weird about it. Last. Let's see here. Special commands right here, or. Okay, cool. So we'll put or okay, so if either of those is fail, then we put fail. And here we put pass. Okay, so any other scenario is bad, so I'm going to put fail or whatever it was. Let me look again. We're going to put fail, yeah. Let me see where that is here. Okay, so fail throws an exception, any type. If it's already an exception, fail rethrows it. Okay. Oh, so if it was error. So if it's error, so if and error and the status is error, that means it didn't run and none has run so far. So in that case, we do put error. Okay. But then here, this could be error as well. If it's error, then we also want to put fail. All right. All right, fine. So let me just break that up a little bit. So it's if this or this or this. Put invalid status there. Okay, cool. Whoops, I left something out here. Okay, so if that's error, but it has to be both. Okay. And where did my version go? Did I accidentally delete it? Looks like it. So status equals status. Okay. All right. Next one. Message. Okay, so for v2, there should not be a message unless the status is error. So I'll actually add that after. So then the tests are going to be set to test results. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to edit this because this doesn't need to be so redundant. So status equals error. Test result equals capture test. To do capture output, but let's move this down. Okay, so don't want this. So if the actual equals expected, set status equals pass, and then capturing the output is going to be up here, I guess. So I think that should be var message. Let me look. Where's equal? Let's use not equal. So I'll say if not equal status pass. So this part is going to be var result equals So do we want to associate? Let's see. We want to say set result equals associate result message dollar message. Let's not do that. Let's say if this is fail, then we do that. If equals status error, then we need some other message, which we're going to get by error. So let's do the error handling now, finally. And then capture output, I guess, will be last. All right. So I think try is in here. Oh, no. Okay, try block. It's in here. Exception control. Okay, let's 100% read this part. 8.10, exception control, try. If you just want to capture the exception, you can use the more concise exception capture construct instead. So we did see that earlier. I don't think that's what I want. I think I do want to use the try block, but let's see. Okay. The try block is always executed first. Great. If catch is present, any exception that occurs in try block is caught and stored in exception var, and catch block is then executed. Example. So we try, fail bad, we catch E, and then put $E reason. All right. If catch is not present, exceptions thrown from try are not caught. For instance, try, fail bad, finally echo foo will echo foo, but the exception is not caught and will be propagated further. Note, this keyword is spelt except in Elvish 17x and before, but is otherwise the same. Using except still works in Elvish 18x, but is deprecated. It will be removed in Elvish 19. The word after catch names a variable. So that was here. Not a matching condition. Exception matching is not supported yet. For instance, you may want to only match exceptions that were created with fail bad with except bad, but in fact, this creates a variable $bad that contains whatever exception was thrown. If no exception occurs and else is present, else block is executed. Okay? Examples. So try fail bad, catch E echo reason, else echo good. Okay. But if we tried the nope, then it did not catch, and it did else. Okay. Using else requires a catch to be present. The following code is invalid. Try nope, else echo well. And then they said try with an else block requires a catch block. If finally block is present, it is executed. So we echoed the final, and then we got the exception bad. If the exception was not caught, that is, catch is not present, it is rethrown. At least one of catch and finally must be present. A lone try does not do anything on its own and is almost certainly a mistake. To swallow exceptions, an explicit catch clause must be given. More examples with all possible clauses present. So try, catch, else, finally. Okay. Try, catch, else, finally. Okay. So exceptions thrown in blocks other than try block are not caught. If an exception was thrown and either catch block or finally block throws another exception, the original exception is lost. Example. Okay, so try, fail, bad, catch, fail, worse. And the worse came out, but bad is gone. That's it. Okay. So pretty straightforward, I think. So that means that we want to try here. Try. And then this part only makes sense, I guess, if there was no exception. So that's going to be in the else. Okay, so then this part we're going to say status equals error. So we'll say set status equals error, which was the default. So actually, let's just not even do that. But we're going to set I guess we set the result differently, or what do we do? So in that case, we won't have a test result. So I guess we need to make the test result. So I'm going to say the test result will start out as just empty map. Go. So in this case, we're going to say set test result equals associate $test result, and we're going to put name I'm in trouble because I do need a way to get the name even if it doesn't run. Okay, so let me look. Okay, so I have the name here. So if it doesn't run, I won't be able to get it. Darn. Okay, so in reality, I just need a try catch. So we're going to say I need to think about this one for a second. All right, let me put some notes here. Use a try catch. And then fail with the name. Okay, let's just put it here. So var test equals. So this is going to be up here. Whoops. And this is going to be up here. So this is going to be try. So we're going to try to put that we got there. Cheese Justo. I'm thinking, is there any reason for me to do programming right now? I'm always thinking about programming when I'm doing it, but basically I do it 40 hours weekly at work. So maybe not best thing to do during free time. Yeah, so that's a good question. I mean, so what are you thinking? Are you thinking maybe you just try it both ways and see what you like better? That's what I would think. I would try maybe one day program, one day not, and then maybe try 1 week program and 1 week not, and then maybe try, I don't know, maybe even a whole month, 1 month program, 1 month not. I mean, I don't know. And then just see how you feel about each one. Is that what you're thinking? Or am I way off base? Okay, so here, this part is different. So we're going to put associate test with actual and this. And I don't want that. I want I don't know what that is. Okay, so try that. Okay, I think that makes sense to me so far. And so then if we catch an error, do I have an E anywhere? Okay, so catch, let's just put error, how about that? So in this case, we put associate, or no, actually we fail. Fail, associate, test, and then this is going to be error. All right, I think that's it. Let me think it over. So it's got a name and an expected. Okay, so then the other one's going to have to be the same way. I think good thing in between that is watch programming streams like this on another monitor and then play games on another monitor. Yeah, that is a good in-between, actually. That seems like a really good in-between. Yeah, that's a good thought. I like that. Okay. So now I'm going to want some kind of function that sort of makes the test. So I'm going to say function make test, and it's going to take a name and an expected and a test input, and is that it? I think that's it. My 10. So this here is way out of loop of my knowledge of coding, but could you describe in short what it is exactly you're building? I'm making an attempt to create a Elvish track for exorcism. So if you've been watching, you can probably see I've never used the Elvish programming language before today, so it's kind of a personal challenge. But basically, the exorcism website is this sort of gamified code website, right? And they have 77 different language tracks, which I think is a good amount, 77 different languages, right? But of course, they don't have every language. And they only have 3 shell languages. They have Batch, they have Bash, they have PowerShell, but they don't have Fish, they don't have New Shell, they don't have Oil, and they don't have Elvish. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to try to add the Elvish programming language. So if you look on their GitHub, basically every track is an individual different repo on their GitHub, right? So if you look for like Python, you see they've got the exorcism exercises in Python. If you look for like Snowball 4, you see here they have this. But this one's work in progress, so it's not live on the website. So they have a bunch like that. They've got like Factor. This one is work in progress, it's not live. They have like Idris. This one is marked work in progress, but it actually is live, so they should probably take that tag off. Anyway, do they have Elvish? They do not, so there's no Elvish. So what I'm looking at is, so I've opened their repos for the PowerShell test runner, the Batch test runner, and the Batch the Batch and the Bash, both of them. Anyway, so these are the different shell languages that they already have. And so I'm kind of trying to copy basically what they've got here. And the PowerShell one is, I think, the most relevant. But basically they've got a test runner for PowerShell here. Now the nice thing is they're using something called Pester, which from what I understand is like a common PowerShell test runner. As far as I know, there's not any common Elvish test runner. It's a smallish ecosystem. It's a hipster shell. So I'm basically not able to use something like Pester unless I find something like that, but I haven't found anything. So I'm just basically creating a test runner that's more like bare bones. And it's specifically meant to work with the exorcism test runner, which has to pass back a JSON like this. Ah, okay, yeah. Would say it's sort of bold to also learn the lingo of Elvish, meanwhile you're on a hackathon, but guess that's also what makes it fun. Most would probably spend time beforehand to fool around with Elvish before hackathon begins. Yeah, I mean, you know, like, I mean, the only reason that I've finished, like, exorcism exercises in most tracks, although there are some that I haven't finished any, like, Objective-C. I haven't finished any in Objective-C because it's Mac, basically. So if you go to Objective-C, one thing that's really nice about this website is they have good instructions for getting started with each different actual programming language. But here it just says, ensure that you have the latest Xcode installed. So I haven't done that one yet, but I'll get to it probably. But there are really just a few that I haven't gotten to yet. The other one is... So basically the point being that, like, challenging myself to do some things on exorcism is like where I just sort of found out and learned just a little tiny bit about many different programming languages. Delphi Pascal is the other one. If you go into this one, it says installing, it says Delphi will only run in a Windows-based operating system. So I haven't done that one yet. But I mean, so they do suggest using a virtual machine. So I mean, I'll probably get to it soon enough, but haven't gotten to it yet. But anyway, so yeah. So it's the Elvish programming language, and I do think it has the best name. Somehow they got the best name of any programming language. All right. So I think this one, it just takes a name, an expected, and a test input. And then it's going to return a function that takes nothing. So we're going to put function. And it's going to be basically this. Let me copy it. And then, so the name is going to be $name. And the expected is going to be $expected. And then this, oh, interesting. So for now, I think the function name is going to be hard-coded in here, but maybe I'll just put a note. To do. Maybe see about not hard-coding the solution function. Okay, but for now, I think it'll be hard-coded. Okay, so then the, what is it? The input, the test input, that'll go here. Okay. Cool, love it. So that means that here, I want to go, actually, I don't even want to do this. I just want to say make test, and then pass those in. Uh-oh. Put those back. So it's going to be make test stating something, whatever, and then tomato. Okay, so then get rid of that. Make test stating something, whatever, tomato. Okay. And then this next one will be make test shouting, watch out, whoa, chill out. Okay. I think that makes sense to me. So then the idea is that if or when it fails, we should be able to capture the error, as well as the name and the expected. Okay. So then over here, whoops. Interesting. So here, I guess the test result is still the same thing. Huh. So the test result is $E. But over here, instead of calling it error, I think we need to call it message. And I think that's it. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's right. I'm not sure what that's going to look like. Okay, so now I got to try to run this. So I did use fold, but I haven't run it yet. Oh my goodness. Wish you good luck. Might jump into the stream tomorrow if it's there. It's now 11:30 p.m. for me, so I'll bounce to bed. All right, thanks for joining the stream and have a good night. It was good seeing your chats. All right. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. All right, now it's time to run what I've got so far. Where was I? Okay. So let's open up the Elvish. Okay, here it is. And then over here, let's go ahead and try copy pasting, I guess. So if I go like this, let's actually cat run elv. Okay. So let's start with this part. So if I paste that in, it should be okay. Looks all right so far. So now if I try put append A, B, C, D, looks fine. I'm not sure what just happened. All contents in my every monitor just freezed suddenly. I heard your voice and my cursor moved. I had to restart PC. I have RTX 4080, Ryzen 7 5800X, and 32 gigs RAM. Man, yeah, I don't know what happened either. Like, if all contents in your monitor freeze suddenly, well, I couldn't even guess. I couldn't even guess. Sounds messed up. I don't know. All right. I think append looks okay. All right, map over. So let's try that one out. So we want to put map over, and we put in a function which takes E, and I'm just going to put plus E100 or something. I don't know. Just to try it out real quick, and then we put in 1, 2, 3. No, cannot parse its number E. Oh, yep, $E. Gotta do it. Okay, so that one looks okay. Let's do this next part, fold. Okay, so we're gonna do put fold, and this one will take a function, and we have to take E and ACK. So E, ACK, and then we're gonna put, let's just do a sum. So we'll put plus $ACK, $E. So just a simple sum. And then we'll pass in a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, and starting 0. Yeah? Okay, great. Let's do this next one. Okay, so now we're going to copy. Okay, so I don't really have args sub 0, but let me put a note at least of what I think that should be. Nope, not this one. So $args sub 0 should be what? So if I'm an Elvish test runner, it's going to be tests so /tests example syntax error / mini Bob for the moment. Okay. So I'm just going to put var a0 equals /tests / example syntax error / mini Bob. Okay. So then when I put this, I'm going to change args sub-0 to just a0. Okay. And then this one as well. Okay. So now if I cat that test file, let's see what it looks like. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, next, we're going to go use test. Oh, not like that. Use test. Okay. All right, now here's the moment of truth. I'm not confident at all on this one. Okay, so it did an error. Let's see what's actually in there. Okay, that looks okay. Let's see what the 0 is. Okay. Let's see what the def is. So that's not going to work. In order for this to be useful, I need to expand the variables, I think. I need to expand name expected. How hot it is in your apartment? It's actually quite cool in here. It's in a basement room, and I've got the fans going and the windows open. It's actually today it's not even that hot outside. In fact, let's take a look. According to this, wait, it didn't work? No! I wonder if the site is down. Wait, let me try it in the website. Ah, this is a classic site. It looks like it's down. There's no weather here. Aw, man. Anyway, it's not that hot outside today. So this is not going to work. For this to be useful information, this name and this expected, these need to be expanded or something. Maybe it's okay, but I need to at least show what the expected is and what the name is somewhere. So like this test code, assert equal 42 answer to the ultimate question. So yeah, the expected is right in there, and then they invoke your function right there. Let's see, what else did it say about the test code? They have a good amount of information about it. Let me look at it again. Test code. So this is required if the exercise is a concept exercise. Should be present for practice exercises. The difference in this requirement comes from the fact that students are not shown the tests in concept exercises, so solving the exercise may be impossible without the test code being shown, whereas the tests are shown for practice exercises. 88 inside? Ah! Oh no! 88 inside is so much. Oh my gosh. 88 Fahrenheit inside? Ah, that's so much. I can hardly believe it. In here, I think Fahrenheit in here, I think it's probably 68. I think it's perfectly like pretty much perfect. Yeah, I don't know why I said it like that. I think it's probably around 68. I don't know. I don't have a thermometer, but I feel like it's pretty much perfect. Yeah, as far as this goes, I feel like what I need to do is actually show the code for the make test. Finnish apartment blocks are built for cold winters, but when it is hot summer, they just suck the heat in. Oh, man. I think, the ideal would be if these variables could be like expanded, I guess. But then the other thing is, let me see. Tests. Wait, am I in the right place? Let's go out. So this is what it showed for the test definition. I wonder if I can parse a string into a function. That might be allowed. Could it be part of string? Probably not. Oh, it would be like eval. I think that's what we want. We want eval. Okay, hold on. Learn. Ref. Built-in. Maybe there's a built-in eval. Yes, yes, this is the one. Okay. So for strings, I guess I want to see, do we have a, like, just a multi-line string? Here's string. String quoted, single quoted string literal, double quoted string literal. Okay, let's think about it. So here's what came out. So I'm gonna say this should be my string. Yeah, this could work. So we'll copy this. And so when we make test, we're going to eval. So I'm going to say var test string equals paste. Okay, so there it is. And then all I have to do is make sure that these get substituted. This one stays with the way it is, but this one gets substituted. And that one stays the same way it is, and that one stays the same way it is. So then, instead of doing this, we want to eval test string. Eval test string. Okay, let's try that from the top then. So I'm going to quit that and restart from the top. Whoops. Let me see here. So we're going to cat bin run elv. And we're going to copy this in down to here. Okay. Then I think, can I just say var args equals, and then put what it's supposed to be, which is this. That should be fine, I think. Okay, so then let's try these. Okay. All right, so now let's do this, and let's see what came out. Uh-oh. Test string, executable file not found in path. Oh, I left out $1. Oh my goodness gracious. I totally did. Okay. I think I've been doing that less as the day goes on, but I was doing it like crazy in the morning, and I just did it again. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. I'm gonna restart again. Okay. Elvish. We're going to cat this. Yeah. And put this in here. I should get rid of that note. That's a nonsense note. Okay, so copy down that much. And then say var args equals, and put that in there. And then put these in here. Parse error cannot contain both list elements and map pairs. Interesting. Goodness gracious, I messed the darn thing up for sure. Okay, so make test stating something, whatever, tomato, tomato. Okay, so let's go into that part. So we went use solution. So I should be able to do that. Use solution. And then we're going to say function make test. Is that going to be okay? Yeah, I guess that's okay. But now if I say put make test and just put strings in, it says what? Huh, interesting. Oh, nothing came out. Okay. Well, let's just try what we've got here, because that's different. Okay, so here's where it says cannot contain both list elements and map pairs. All right, I think I want it differently. I think I want it maybe done differently. It might make more sense to, instead of trying to do that, maybe just eval the string here. So this would be function, and this would be the string start, and we would eval here. Maybe that makes more sense. And then here, we just put test function. I hate using eval. Ah! I'm sure it's fine. Okay, let me close out and start again. Okay, so I'll set the args, and then let's cat the run elv. So we're gonna go copy all the way down to here. Let's see what that gets us. It says the same thing still, so eval list elements and map pairs. Stating something, whatever, tomato, tomato. Test name equals name. Okay. So can I eval this? Let's see what it says. So if I say var name equals stating something, var expected equals whatever, var test input equals this, tomato, tomato. It's going to put a new line in, huh? Tomato, tomato, whatever. Okay, so now if I try to eval this, it's going to say the same thing, I think? It should, I believe. Yeah. Cannot contain both list elements and map pairs. So instead of saying eval, let's just say var test string equals. Okay, so now let's put $test string. And this is how it looks. I think these new lines are not right? Let's see how we escape those new lines. Or maybe they are right, I don't know. Yeah. I think that should be normal. What if we try to echo it? Does it look any different? Ah, yes, much better. Test function, var test equals, and name. Uh-oh! The quotes are missing. Well, there's our problem. My goodness gracious. Took me long enough. Alright. So we need an escaped quote here. Oh, wait. Okay, so we can do it this way. Alright, let's do it that way. And we need the same thing here. And here. And here. And here. Okay, again. Okay, so I'm going to set the args and then copy this. Okay, so now it says okay. Now let's see what the tests actually look like. So put tests sub-0 def. Index must be integer. Okay, so that's not quite right. Oh, $. Oh no, it says the same thing. So put $tests, test function, test function. Interesting. Wait a minute. Did I forget another one? I'm forgetting these things. Oh, goodness. Where did I forget it this time? Here, right? Yep. Okay, again. Tell your experience. Is it easier to do programming with coffee or without? Or if we wrap around the question, does it improve programming with coffee? Well, number one, unfortunately, I don't ever get coffee anymore. I always get stupid ass Rockstar. I don't think it improves like programming, but like I think it is just kind of fun and makes things feel like a little bit more fun somehow. But maybe not always. Variable test function not found. Oh man, I'm screwing up everywhere. So it was supposed to say eval var test function equals. Ah. Well, that apparently did not happen. Okay. Let's look again. So we're going to say var. Okay. s equals, I'm going to put this here. What the heck? Okay, let's try again. Copy, paste. Oh, because I didn't add the names. Okay, so let's set the names again. Expected equals whatever. Name equals stating something. And test input. Okay. Okay, so that's better. So now if we echo s, there we see it. So var test function equals. And so when I tried it before, it said variable $test function not found. Okay, so if I say var, no. So what if I just eval $s? And now I try to say put test function. So it did not assign var test function. Was there something about that here in eval? Where is it? Okay, I didn't read it before. Evaluates code which should be a string. The evaluation happens in a new restricted namespace. Oh, of course. If I had just read it, it's like the first thing it says. All right. Whose initial set of variables can be specified by the ns option. Okay. After evaluation completes, the new namespace is passed to the callback specified by onEnd if it is not nil. Okay, the namespace specified by ns is never modified. It will not be affected by the creation or deletion of variables by code. However, the values of the variables may be mutated by code. If the ns option is nil, the default, a temporary namespace built by amalgating the local and up value scopes of the caller is used. Okay. If code fails to parse or compile, the parse error or compilation error is raised as an exception. Basic examples that do not modify the namespace or any variable. So we can say put x, and there it goes. Fun. And then examples that modify existing variables. Oh, well, that seemed easy. All right, let's try again. So let's say var test function equals this. And now when we set s, let's say that we're going to set test function. And again, that is what they did here, right? Set y. Okay, so we'll do that. And then we'll eval $s. And now put $test function. And there it is. Okay. So let's change that, and then I think this part is getting close. And if it works right, I'm gonna finally commit. So here we have to say var test function equals, so I'll just put an empty function, I think it's how that is. And then here I'll just say set, and then I should be good, I think. All right, again. Elvish. And I'm gonna say var, no, I'm gonna say args, where's my args? This one. And then I'm gonna paste down to here. Okay, so now I'm going to put $tests def, and it says name stating something, expected whatever. I think that's cool. And that's a string, so we can also echo that. How does that look? Test. Super, super, super. I think I am going to commit. Oh, the solution and the test, those should be ignored. So echo solution test. Is that how that is? Yeah. Okay. Update test to, what did I update it to do? Basically to just like show the test data in the def. Fair enough, fair enough. I'll probably start using the GitHub CLI because I don't think it makes me do that every time. All right. I love ChatGPT. Let me take a look. Let me take a look here. The silliest internet trick ever might be something like the infinite progress bar trick. A web page that shows a very official looking progress bar with the title, Downloading the Entire Internet. It loads very slowly, showing messages like compressing memes, buffering cat videos, locating end of Reddit, decrypting YouTube comments, digitally untangling headphones, harvesting last 3 brain cells. And when it finally hits 100%, it just says, congratulations, you now have the entire internet, good luck. Yeah, that is a good trick. It's a matter of taste, but I think that this is one of the silliest internet tricks. Oh, that's not it. Oh, it didn't work! Ah! Oh, there it goes. I think this is the silliest internet trick, but it's a matter of taste. Oh, can I stop it? It's going crazy. I don't think I can stop it. There! Alright. But certainly this is definite. The infinite progress bar is an absolute contender. Oh, yes. Okay. Alright, that was a pretty good spot to be committing. So now the next thing is basically see if I get to the end of the file and if everything is good. And then, I don't know, do the actual JSON, I think, is probably pretty much the next thing. So, Elvish again. Set the arg. Okay, so I'm going to go all the way down to the same point. So that much is okay. All right, so now we're going to define this thing, test runs. So this is kind of a long one. I think this is going to make errors, actually. I'm not sure. Let's see what happens. Huh. Well, that seems easy to fix, I guess. Let's see. It shows it pretty clearly. Oh, I have a squiggle where I should not have a squiggle. Right here, that's crazy. So that was one problem. Okay, let's try again. That doesn't look right. Okay, so we want from here down to here. Copy? Yeah. All right, well, that seems better. So now what does it look like? Nil. All right, well, nil doesn't seem very good. So map over. Okay, so map over was not supposed to put nil. So test is here. Yeah. It has two things in it. I seem to be missing something for this, so I don't know about that. Actually, yeah, this does look incomplete. Okay, let's go back into it. Okay, so we're going to map over. So a test will be passed in. We'll say the status is error, I guess, to start with. This is not to do. I am trying to handle the errors now. Oh, let me clean up some of this. So that's dumb. This is tested now. That's still a to-do. That's fine. That's still a to-do. Still need this link. Okay. So test result starts off as empty map. So then we try to set the test result equals $test. If we caught an error, then we set the test result to that. If there was no error, then we set the status to pass or fail. In this case, we should be setting the status to error. Yeah, this is not complete. But we're getting there. Okay. So if actual is expected, then we say pass, otherwise fail. All right, so then for the result, I'm not sure if... I think I might want to be deleting this. Name, status... Okay, yeah, that seems fine. Okay, so then if the status is fail, then we should make a message like this. If it's error, the message should already be on there. So now I just need to put result. So that was missing. Okay, so I think it was almost done, but I guess I had stopped before finishing. Okay. Let's try it again. Okay, let's see what we got there. Still nil, darn. So if I do var example equals map over, and I do something that takes a test, but what if I just ignore that for now and just say put num0? for example, and then I put in tests, I think I should just get 2 zeros. Okay, so that part is fine. So why did I get nil? So result is this. For element in list, append whatever comes out of this function. So capture that, and then put result. Okay. And then, for example, if we just do end of history, oh no. So if we go var example equals map over test, and then what if we just put $test? That should be fine, right? It should just give back exactly what we put in as tests. So far, so good. All right. So how did I end up with nil? I'm not sure. Came back as just nil. There must be some simple syntax error. So I have $tests here. So if I put map over and test, and then I enter, and I go, what? Let's see. So what if I just put $test? Is that going to be nil? So end function and then tests. Solution hey. Huh, I wonder. So I thought I had put use solution. Oh, no, I didn't. I need to put use solution here as well. So if I put use solution, is that going to work? Solution hey executable file not found in path. All right. So let's $example sub-0. Okay, test. Stating something, whatever. Oh, right. Wait a minute. No, I don't know the answer. So put associate test. So we have to call solution hey, tomato, tomato. I thought that used to work. Maybe it didn't. So if I were to say this here, I think it does work. Like if I were to put var test like this, that part is fine. And then if I were to try this, let's see what it says. Yeah, so the actual gets filled in as expected. But when we did it here, it said exception, wait a minute. Maybe this is right. Scratching my head, and now maybe it is right, actually. Because we were supposed to fail. Where was that? We're supposed to fail with the error message. No, that's not right. Okay. Expected equals whatever. Message equals exception, solution hey, executable file not found in path. I've done messed up. I've done messed up, and I don't know how to fix it. All right, I'll figure it out. Okay, so where was that definition? $tests sub-0 def. Okay, so if I try to say okay, so here it is. Solution hey executable file not found. So I'm guessing that use solution needs to be actually in there. Let's see. It's pretty much just a guess. So I think right here, I believe I probably need to have use solution. So let's try. How many spaces was it? 6? Yeah. I feel like using the solution there might help. Let's see. All right, restart. Okay. So let's go down. Well, let's see. Let's go down to this point. Okay. And then let's try this part. Okay, so now so it still says nil. Tests sub-zero. Okay, well that part is fine. So if I just simplify it a bit, let's say var test runs equals map over test, and I'm just gonna do what I was trying to do before. Put $test. Tests. Okay, so those look right. So how does it turn into nil? I'm going crazy right now. Oh, wait a minute. They have a playground. Let me try putting it into the playground and see if I get hints. And then if I do, I think the next thing is to try and spruce up the dev environment. Like, if they have hints in the playground, I should probably have hints in my editor too. I think it said they had a playground. Let me see. Quick tour. Did I imagine a playground? Hold on. Download, learn, GitHub community sponsor. Here, right here. No, it's dead. All right, never mind. So I didn't imagine that there was a link. I just never tried the link before. Oh my goodness gracious. Ah, that's crazy. All right, so never mind that. I think I have some kind of simple syntax error, I guess, that I just haven't seen yet. I think in this file, maybe. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to do. So it seems pretty simple. Map over. Seems okay so far. These match. That's as expected. Then I have this if. So I should put some print debugging in here. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where I expect the error to be, but I bet that if I do that, I'll get some clue that will help. Okay. Hold on. Is this what it was showing all along? Oh, it was, and I didn't even realize. Man, I'm crazy right now. Index must be integer. Really? Bar result index must be integer? No. Did any of my print debugging attempt actually come out? Doesn't really look like it. Exception index must be integer. Where's this append? It's here, right? That's in map over. Append. What the heck? Is it? It looks like it's because I'm using result in two different scopes, like the same variable name. It looks like that's what's going on. Let me see what it says about scopes. I don't think there was anything about scopes on this page, but let's try another page. I think... Ah, I'm gonna need to read effective Elvish soon. I don't see anything about scopes, so I'm not going there yet. Elvish commands, variables, pipelines, organizing. Okay, I don't see the word scope, but this seems directly related. So it seems like... I think the first thing to do is to see if I'm even right. So let's make an edit and see if I'm even right. So I have result 4 times in here. So I'm going to change it to map over result. If this could be the problem. It would be horrible. It is kind of horrible, but in a shell language, I think it's not uncommon to have this kind of weird scoping. Let's see. Okay, so where else do I have result? Down here, I have test result. Okay, so test result is okay. So then I have another result here. But I want this one, I think, to be something different. I'm going to put final test result. Okay. I also might have trouble with the print debugging. I'm a little nervous about that. It didn't seem to help, so I'm going to get rid of them. For now. Okay. I'm nervous. Oh, I'm nervous. Of everything I've seen in Elvish, if this is a real problem, I think this is my least favorite thing that I've seen in Elvish, if this is... what am I trying to say? If this is the truth. But let's find out. Let's find out. So, starting again, Elvish. Let's set my args. And let's copy down to where I was copying before, right here. Okay, so far so good, I think. Now let's see what this does. Okay, it still says index must be integer. Okay. So this is our stack trace. So we did var test runs, and then on, is this, what does this mean? So set map over result. Okay. All right, let's just run it piece by piece. Okay. So I'm going to say var test equals $tests sub 0. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, seems fine, I think. So now I'm going to say var status equals error. I'm going to say var test result equals empty map. I'm going to say, well, first of all, let's not even try, let's just say set test result equals $test. Okay, now let's see what that looks like. Okay, so that looks right. And then, so we'll skip over the catch. And now let's see what is test result actual. Okay, let's see what is test result expected. Okay, let's see equals test result actual, test result expected, false. Okay, so knowing that that is false, I'm going to say if equals test result actual, test result expected, set status equals pass, else set status equals fail. Okay, so now let's put status. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so now let's copy this part. Okay, so far so good. Let's see what it came out looking like. So it's a map, it's got a name. It's got a status. The test code is in there. All right, so that's it so far. I still have an echo in there. What's going on with that? I thought I got rid of that. I guess there was just one more. All right. Okay, so now let's copy paste this part, which I think is the part that's not working, right? Okay, so index must be integer, kind of crazy. So now let's say put final test result. Oops, where's my F? Okay. So can I put kind of? It says map, so that's as expected. Okay, let me think. Index must be integer. I mean, that's straightforward enough. Right? Right? Wait a minute. Okay, so first of all, equals status fail. That's true, right? Okay. Now let's just do this part. Var message equals this. Expected whatever, but got IDK. Right? It's fair enough. Okay, so now what if we do what the heck? I'm missing $1 there too? Ah, there have been so many, and I didn't see that one for ages and ages. That has to be $, right? Oh my gosh. Gosh, I'm going insane here. Okay. Okay, okay. All right, let's start again. Okay. So I'm gonna paste in this again. And then this. I'm gonna put test runs. Okay, so that looks better. All right, simple enough. Okay, so let's look it over. So I got a message saying expected whatever, but got IDK, right? I'm just gonna spruce that up a little bit. Okay. Name stating something, status fail, and the test code is show. All right. So now I should be able to run that same thing again with that small change. That should be no problem. Expected whatever, but got IDK. Yes, like it much better. All right. I'd better commit. That was kind of, for me, that was kind of a lot. So what did I actually change in there? I added the use./solution. Um, I'm not sure. I think that was needed. I'll commit it like it is, and then maybe later experiment with whether I can take that out. So then I cleaned up the comments, changed some of the variable names. Okay. So I'm just going to say complete the function for running the tests. Oh man, I typed it wrong. Okay. All right, that's good. Okay, so now I think this brings me to where I thought I was going to be like well over an hour ago, which is creating the actual JSON, I believe. Okay. So after doing that, so now put together the final JSON output. So here we're going to try using the fold. Let's see how this goes. So there is a little help there telling me that I've got it wrong. That's actually a really helpful interactive help, actually. I like that. Actually, as the more the day goes by, the more I think I really do like the Elvish programming language quite a bit. Like there have been things that have really confused me, but it's all pure skill issues. And everything, like once I figure it out, I'm like, wow, this is a nice programming language. I really think it's a nice programming language. Okay. So it's telling me that something should be a closing round bracket. And where is that supposed to be? I am missing the list, I think. So in fold, I'm supposed to pass a function. No, I'm supposed to pass a function, a list, and an ACK. Yeah. Okay, so let's go down. So I have fold here. I pass the function, but I'm missing the list. And the list here is supposed to be, I believe, the test runs. $test runs. Okay, so if I put that in, it's going to say, hey, it doesn't work. Okay, so let me try it again with that change. But I don't think that's quite what it was complaining about. So it says the same thing. Parse error, interactive, 13.1 should be closing circle bracket. And which of these is missing? Oh, it's here in this big elif. Right? Okay, let's look. Okay. Very helpful error message, actually. Okay. So let's try again. Okay. Still not quite right. It says 13, okay. All right, let me look for it. Okay, so we're doing this. Oh, so I don't have a match for that one. I have a match for this one. I'm missing one here as well. That's crazy. All right. Bad value. Command must be callable or string containing slash but is $false. Command must be callable or string containing slash but is false. I don't quite get that one. It says it's here, I believe. Okay, so I've got EQ. Let's see. Okay, let's try running it piece by piece again. So I'm going to say var e equals test runs sub 0. Okay, so let's see what that one looks like. All right, and then I'm going to say var ac equals error. Okay, so let's put EQ $E status error. Okay, so that one says false. Fair enough, fair enough. EQ $ac error. Error. So that one came back true. Good. Okay, so now can we do and EQ $ac error EQ $E status error close. Oh, okay, interesting. Command must be callable or string containing slash but is $false. No doc for and? Okay, let me find it. The and special command outputs the first booleanly false. Oh. Well, that makes sense. So what's the better way to use it? Wait a minute. No, I'm still not quite understanding. All three commands use short circuit evaluation and stop evaluating arguments as soon as it sees a value. Okay, so this came out false. So let me just copy this part right here. Okay, so it didn't put anything. Makes sense so far. All right, now what if I put all of this down to here? Five, executable file not found in path. Okay, that's a little different. So that says error. That's that still. 5, huh? Oh, wait. I copied it from the wrong place. I was scratching my head for a second. Okay. Command must be callable or string containing slash but is false. EQ $E status error. Oh, wait. That must be where it was showing before. Okay. So we have or. We have this and this. And then this and this. Oh. I think I'm going to try it with caret at the end. Okay, that seems all right. So now if I put this part, all right, so now what is status? Fail. All right, so now let's try this part, the output. Variable test results not found. I think this is supposed to be test runs. So that won't work. Let's try it like this. Okay, so now let's put output. I think this is getting close. Ooh, it's getting more exciting. This is, I'm actually really enjoying the concept of this hackathon project. Just like, I don't know, I kind of enjoy this type of coding. It's kind of funny for me. All right, so this looks good. Now we need to write this out as JSON, and then that's pretty much it for this portion. Wait a minute. So if we call an Elvish program from Bash, and we're expecting to get JSON out of it, I think that what we do is at the end, we just echo the JSON. Okay. I think that's all that's needed. Echo to JSON $output. Okay. So now if we go, the expectation is if we run this with Elvish, it should, I think, maybe now put the JSON out. Let's take a look. Out of range. Index must be from 0 to -1, but is 0. Oh, I didn't put the arg in. Okay, so let's put the arg in, which is this. No such module /test. Well, that module was supposed to exist because we're supposed to copy it over. That being said, maybe we need to just copy it over in Bash before running the Elvish. In which case we don't even need to pass in an arg. So I'm gonna delete these, and we're not, well, actually that's still a thing, but we don't need this. So I'm gonna put a note at the top. Note, the test and solution files should be copied to /test_elv and /solution elv in bash before running this script. Okay, so I'm gonna do cp /tests/example/minibob test.elv to /test.elv and cp tests example this /solution elv and elvish bin run elv. Nope, it still says the same thing. Interesting. So I think I probably have to put them into bin. Let's see. I'm just kind of guessing there. It's very much a code monkey moment. Map cannot be iterated. Oh. That's different. Map cannot be iterated when we got to JSON and put $output. So $output is a map, but I thought we could do a map to JSON. Let's take a look. I thought that was totally fine. Takes structured standard in, convert it to JSON, and put the result on bytes standard out. So here they're just piping to it. So let's do that instead. I guess that's probably how it has to be done. In fact, we probably don't want that. We probably just want that. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's my JSON. Okay, let's commit that. That's pretty good. Oh, goodness gracious. So got rid of that. Fixed this. Okay, so I'm going to put git add. So this is going to be finish making the elvish test runner output a JSON file. All right. Okay. I think I need to take a sec to think about my next move. My next move. Let me see. So I think that now it's going to be time to go into the bash portion. All right, so let's look in the VS Code. So in the bash portion, we have a run sh file. I think the run sh file is going to be the next thing I do. Now, the run elvish file still needs some work, but I think I'm going to move to this next. And I think it's going to be pretty similar-ish to a lot of what's happening in this file, but the run bash files for PowerShell, bash, and batch are pretty different. All right, I'm going to take a sec and come right back and take a look at I'll start creating the run.sh file. Whoa, look at that. That's different. That's some styling that they've created for this. Hold on. Right there. Hey, that's kind of neat. All right, anyway, I'll be right back. All right. So far, so good. Very cool. Okay. So let me look at the comparison. So I'm going to select for compare and compare this one to batch. Okay. So this part at the beginning that's the same, I think I'm going to want to copy paste that. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Ooh, check it out. A notification for some kind of job. Oh, it's gone. Let me find it. Darn it, it doesn't want to load. Well, that's a little sad. Let me try again. Oh, shoot. Oh, I have a missed call. Oh, it was telling me to do something about my car insurance or something like that. I'll look at it on Monday. It's already pretty late in the afternoon. Holy crap. All right. These are all useless. All right. I'm sorry that I looked at them. Okay. So let's go on to whatever it was we were supposed to be doing here, which was go into bin, and we're going to create a file for what? The run sh. Okay. I'm gonna paste that in there. Okay. So now, all right, so I don't want to do this. I want to use this real path, right? At least I think so. Yeah, I don't need any kind of wine solution directory. Do I want this real path, though? My voice sounds like, I don't know, fatigued, I think, because I've been sitting here talking to myself all morning. Or all day, really, at this point. Okay, let me compare the bash into the PowerShell. Select for compare. Compare with selected. Okay. Huh. Well, that's kind of crazy. I guess. I don't know. Okay, so the result file is going to be the same regardless. Okay, I think I'm just going to take this part. Here, let me edit them so that they're the same. So let's call this solution directory. Let's get rid of all of this. I said earlier I thought I wanted to use the real path, so I think that's probably the way to go. JUnit file. I don't think I need to do anything like that. Okay, so now that's, I believe, exactly the same, right? Okay, so let's copy this. And let's also copy this end part. Yeah, my voice really sounds fatigued. Pretty bad. All right. Okay, so then this final part is where we actually run it, right? Because that's what they did here in the PowerShell. They just ran it. So we don't need to use JQ or anything. It's already giving us JSON. At least I don't think we need to use JQ or anything. Okay. So when I ran this, what did it look like? Right here, right? Okay, so now this part is wrong. It can't be like that. It has to be the solution directory, right? Let's see, how did they handle that in this one? So they put JUnit file, they passed in the input directory, the test, and the results file. Let's see how it is in the bash one. Or actually, hold on. So the solution directory, but we also need like the name, right? The file name. Do they use the slug here anywhere? No. Huh. That being said, well, shoot, I actually don't know. I could just say, okay, the solution files are always going to be named by the slug name, but I'm not sure. So in this one, do we use the slug name here in bash? So run tests is going to take slug solution directory output file. Look, they do use the slug right here. Slug -dot bats. However, oh, interesting. So if there's a config JSON, they get the name from that. But otherwise they use the slug to get it. And then what about the solution file? Do they do the same thing? I'm guessing probably pretty much the same thing. Or maybe not. Oh, because the thing is, with Bash, they're also using a test framework. They're using bats as kind of a, I don't know if it's a test utility of some kind. I don't know if framework's probably not the word, but they're using the bats test utility. Even so, like the fact that they're using the slug for the test file name, I'm just going to do the same thing, at least for now. Okay. So this has to be, let's see. So we're going to start by using, oh no, what in the world did I do? Okay, so let me just rewrite it. So we're going to CP and we're going to copy it to bin. Nervous. So once we've done that, we're going to copy again. We're going to fill that in. So then, oops, then we're going to elvish. And then that's going to go into the output JSON. Okay, so then this first one is going to be kind of like, we're going to do something like this, dollar squiggle braces, and then put in like the name, or put in the solution directory. Or actually, I think it's just solution directory. There we go. Okay. And then this one is going to similarly be, whoops, dollar solution directory slash dollar slug dot elv. And then, yeah, this is going to go into just the results file directly. I'm missing something. It was supposed to say synopsis, right? Oh, I don't even have the shebang at the front. Yeah? Okay. So that means, so now let's mark that as an executable file, I guess. Okay, so now when we run this, we have to pass in tests example. Okay, so that's the directory, right? So that's where we start. And then we're gonna have to do the output directory. I'm just gonna put dot for that, I guess. And then we're gonna do the slug last. And that's gonna be mini bob. Oh, interesting. I think I did them out of order. Exercise, oh yeah, I did do them out of order. Slug is first, then solution, then output. Minibob testing. Minibob done. It doesn't look like it actually wrote it to the file, right? I see a results file. Oh wait, there is something there. Let's see what's inside. Oh, good. Yep, that's what it should be. If I remove it, then run that again. And then, wonderful. That's good. Let's commit that. So we don't want the results.json, so let's add that to gitignore. Add the run sh. Works for me, baby. Okay, now I have to think what's next, because that was actually pretty darn quick, huh? Okay. This is pretty good. It feels like a kind of a decent amount of progress, but truth be told, it's kind of a big project. I do have a lot more time, but let's not go slow, because there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do in this project. Okay. So there are several other files that we've got to consider. So let's look. Let's compare the directory trees real quick. So I'm going to just go like... And the same for batch. And then the same for PowerShell. Okay, so let me look at these comparisons. So PowerShell compared to Bash. Okay, here we go. So yeah, well, pretty much everything is different, so that's not really very useful, is it? The .git is the same. Nice, nice. Okay, so we don't want to look at the .git. It's too much. Okay, so I think the objective that I need to work towards is getting these example tests filled in and getting them all to run. And at that point, I'll have a pretty decent start at the test runner. So what's the next step? I could fill in the different example tests. I already have one though. So the way to run it, all right, let's close this. It's not actually helping me. Let's look at the way to run it. It's the run tests sh, right? So this one's very simple. It just says bats tests. Okay, easy. So now let's compare this one to the PowerShell one. Select for compare, and in PowerShell, let's make that comparison. Okay, well the PowerShell one has a lot more in it. Goodness gracious. Well, they do both start with the same thing, so let's copy the part that's the same. That's the name, right? Run tests. Run tests sh. So let's paste that in. Oh, I lost a bunch of it off the front again. I thought I'd fixed that at some point. Obviously not. What is it? User bin... No. User bin env. Okay. So this is test the test runner by running it against a predefined set of solutions with an expected output. Outputs the diff of the expected test results against the actual test results generated by the test runner. Okay, so that part is very simple. Now, what I'm gonna basically end up doing is just like whatever I did to run it. So I just did bin/bin run sh, then I put the name minibob, and then I put this, and then I put this. So interesting. So it's not going to be quite as simple as that, but it'll be close-ish. So I guess the question is, where do I get the slug from? Like, do they have a slug saved somewhere to help us? Let's look. So maybe not the bash one, but maybe this PowerShell one. So these tests, here's an example. So they do have a meta in there. But the meta does not have a slug. But I could do a meta that has a slug or something like that. And they show expected results here. Interesting, interesting. So this is the expected file that is supposed to come out when we run the tests, right? Okay. And do they do the same thing in the batch one? These are rather different, but they do include the same thing as far as expected results.json. Let's see if they do the same thing on the Lua. So in here, in the tests, here's an example. And yes, they include the expected results JSON. Okay, interesting. All right, I'm gonna hop off here and take another 30 minutes to myself, basically. I do think this is a pretty decent kind of stopping point, but I'm not stopping for the day. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Okay. Do I have any other changes uncommitted? Let me see. Oh, what did I change there? Oh, No, I think it's untracked. So I started on this run tests, but I haven't decided yet what exactly needs to go in there. So we're going to have expected results JSON files, and maybe some other stuff. So if we look in the Lua one more time, let me close this one. In the Lua example, they have a busted file. There's not a lot here. They have a spec. And in the run tests file, what does it say? Oh, this is pretty simple. Okay, good. So they used, excuse me, goodness. It looks like they used the test dir name in this case as the slug, which I don't want to do unless I want to change things up a bit. That being said, like, we could use this base name to get, like, the slug that way. And in fact, I think that is what I'm